way to get the boxes. Till then, we are written for group photo.
Basically, क्या होगा जैसे कि we'll say I would like to welcome Honorable Chief Guest Mr. Subrato Bagchi, Chairman of Odisha Skill Development Authority and co-founder Mindtree. We request the Chairman of Student Council IISc, Mr. Utpalendu Halda, to escort the Chief Guest to the stage.
Right.
Once you start moving, then I'll start saying he calls Dr. Bagchi, Mr. Bagchi calls himself a public servant, author and entrepreneur. And blah, blah, blah.
That's when I'm already on the motion, right?
Huh.
I'm only moving there.
Yeah, because otherwise it makes no sense that you're moving up or time lag raha hai, nothing is happening. And then once you show him, once he sits down, he'll go back down, right?
I'll go back.
So once you go back down, then we'll start for the...
Devrata will be already in front of him.
Fine.
Right? Oh, I'm right. Oh, I'm right.
सच्ची ये चाहिए मुझे पीछे अच्छा
I please make an announcement? Chief guest is arriving very soon. Please take your seats and get ready.
Hi, good morning everyone. The chief guest is arriving shortly, so we'll begin promptly after that. Please take your seats.
Is about it?
Huh?
Everyone else is here.
No. Look at how empty
Found
it
some
is.
chair. Look at that side.
I'm telling you, people who don't not getting the medals, most of them will be like, why should we come visit these places?
No, I think it's because they invited the parents very late.
Isn't it?
Yeah, they only called the parents on Monday. Monday, day before yesterday.
Yeah.
You guys have water, right?
Yes.
Oh, only day before yesterday.
So if they had to arrange or something, it would have been very last minute.
Only, probably only like people who are living in Bangalore, their parents might be able to.
मेरा नाम सही से बता ना दिवाली तो मत बोलना देवव्रत घोष
मुझे पता है ना हकने वाला सर इसको बोला मैंने.
इसके साथ चार्जर लगा है ना
हाँ. No.
नहीं, नहीं.
वो देख लेना कितना चार्ज है बीच में बंद ना हो जाए कन्वोकेशन खत्म हो गया
It's there.
कितना है
70% से ज़्यादा.
तो चल जाएगा ना 3-4
बैक है ना पूरे दिन चलेगा इतना.
आज से हम तो सेटल
बोल दिया
शॉर्ट वाइल
बोल दिया
Arrived. Just arrived. Being it, man.
बोल दिया.
Arriving.
Red is chief guest. Red is chief guest. The red tie one is chief guest.
He's bold. That's so.
लोगों को कब ऊपर लाना ऑर्डर कितना टाइम बचा
Good morning to everyone present here. I am Anahita Kotamasu.
And I am Nilay Agarwal. We are fourth year undergraduate students at IISc. It gives us immense pleasure to welcome you all to the convocation ceremony for the Indian Institute of Science for the year 2022.
We request Mr. Alan Abraham, Safety Officer from the Office of Laboratory Safety and Environmental Health, to make the safety announcement.
Good morning, everyone. You are in the J. Tata auditorium. This auditorium has 6 exits. Please identify the nearby exit to your seat. In case of an emergency, kindly proceed to the assembly point that is located in front of this building. In case of a fire near any particular exit, please use the alternative exits. Thank you.
We are living in extremely turbulent yet exciting times filled with immense opportunities. Every nation has faced numerous challenges over the past few years. However, India has come out as a global champion in these turbulent times. This reinforces our belief in the power of our institutions to come up with global solutions. This has been made possible by the untiring efforts of many academicians, industry thought leaders, philanthropists, and of course, students. We are privileged to have two illustrious personalities of our times who have been leading from the front in their respective areas and have been a source of inspiration for all of us. I would like to welcome Honorable Chief Guest, Mr. Subrata Bagchi, Chairman of Odisha Skill Development Authority and co-founder Mindtree. We request the Chairman of the Student Council at IISc, Mr. Utpalendu Haldar, to escort the Chief Guest to the stage. Mr. Bagchi calls himself as a public servant, author, and entrepreneur. We see him as a hero of our times. His philosophy is best described through his favorite quote by Rabindranath Tagore: "My wealth, my voice, things I have seen, wounds, sounds I have heard, all my comings and my goings, my dawns, my dusks, I will give you all of this. Strings of my instrument will play truest when they are in your hands. Everything, but everything, must return to you."
Also present with us today is our guest of honor, Padma Bhushan, Dr. Senapati Chris Gopal Krishnan, Chairman of Axelar Ventures Private Limited and co-founder of Infosys. We request Mr. Debabrato Ghosh, the General Secretary of the Student Council, to escort the guest of honor to the stage. Dr. Gopal Krishnan is a legendary global thought leader in the field of information technology. He is well known for his excellent corporate governance and his role as a visionary in the Indian startup ecosystem. He has several philanthropic initiatives aimed towards research and innovation. Dr. Gopal Krishnan has also been the chair of IISc's Council since 2021 and continues to lead IISc towards excellence. We are privileged to have you amongst us, Dr. Gopal Krishnan.
We now request the director, deans, and the registrar to occupy their seats on the dais.
With this, we would like to invite the guest of honor, Dr. Senapati Chris Gopal Krishnan, to address the audience.
Good morning to one and all. Sri Subrata Bagchi, Dr. Thiagrajan, Director, deans, members of the faculty, students, families of students, members of the Senate of IISc. First of all, congratulations to all the graduates and their families. As was mentioned already, the last 2-3 years have been quite a challenge with the COVID pandemic. And I hope, I believe that you are all feeling relieved and more confident to face the world after having gone through that experience. We have also taken this period to learn new capabilities. Capabilities like adopting digital technologies, capabilities like using science and technology for our work life, our personal life, or professional life. Adoption of technology, adoption of digital technology, dependence on science, all of these have accelerated in the last 2-3 years, and I hope that this becomes actually a permanent feature. What we were forced to do in the last 2-3 years, we will not give up, but will make that part of our life going forward. I want to congratulate the director, the faculty, the staff, the students of IISc for getting the #1 ranking in NIRF, #1 university ranking. A global leader in citations per faculty in the QS rankings, #1 again. So congratulations to the institute on this. See, competition is more and more global for institutes like IISc rather than Indian. And I also believe that competition is competition within oneself, and it's true for all of us. Every day we need to think about how can we become a better institute, how can we become a better person, a better self. And to me, that's really the competition that we need to think about. How can we do things better today than yesterday? Lastly, I'm extremely glad that we have Sri Subrata Bagchi here today. As you know, Sri Subrata Bagchi and his family, Sri Parthasarathi and his family, have set a wonderful example for philanthropists, for the country, in giving a very large donation to the institute. It is a very important trend, and I hope that this continues to grow, because if India has to become a developed country, it will have to be on top of science and technology, built on top of becoming truly a knowledge society, a society built on our own ideas, IP, products, our own enterprises. And a lot of that will have to come from the knowledge generated from institutes like the Indian Institute of Science, application of that knowledge, taking that knowledge to market, etc. And this requires not just government funding. It requires, of course, much more funding from industry. Industry has to increase its funding to research, as well as funding from philanthropists like Sri Subrata Bagchi. And I'm very glad that we get an opportunity to listen to him today and learn from that. So thank you all very much, and let me wish you all the very best, especially to the graduating students, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Gopal Krishnan. Take pride in how far you have come. Have faith in how far you'll go. But don't forget to enjoy the journey. Today, we have convened here for the convocation ceremony of the batch of 22, which is the culmination of an educational journey for the graduating students and the beginning of a challenging and more rewarding phase of life. It is a day that every student looks forward to and will fondly look back upon in the many years to come, having been a part of this esteemed institution.
Greatness is never achieved alone. Our graduating students have surmounted enormous challenges in the past couple of years to achieve their goals with guidance from their mentors and professors. We cannot fail to mention the role of their friends and family, a constant source of strength and support, without whom this would not have been possible. We are proud to take this opportunity to celebrate the students' dedication and hard work and wish them plenty more happiness and success as they start their next big journey.
May we now invite Professor Umesh Varsane, Dean, Faculty of Sciences, to present the convocation report on behalf of the Deans of the faculties and the Dean of the undergraduate program.
Honorable Chief Guest, Mr. Subrata Bagchi, Chairman, Odisha Skill Development Authority and co-founder of Mindtree. Guest of honor, Mr. Senapati, Chris Gopal Krishnan, co-founder, Infosys, Chairman, Axelor Ventures Private Limited, and Chair, IISc Council. Professor Govindan Rangarajan, Director, IISc. Professor Vinod Sharma, Dean, Faculty of Engineering. Professor Balaji Rao Jagirdar, Dean, UG. Captain Sridhar Warrior, Registrar. The medal winners, graduating students, friends and families, the research supervisors of the graduating students, my fellow colleagues, the media persons, ladies and gentlemen. Warm greetings. I welcome you all to the Convocation 2022. On behalf of all the deans, it gives me immense pleasure to congratulate the graduating students. I will present a glimpse of history of the conferment of degrees by IISc and an account of medal winners and the graduating students who would be receiving their certificates in today's ceremony. The institute, as most of you would know, was founded in 1909, and it admitted its first student in the year 1911. To begin with, the Council of IISc was empowered to confer associateships and fellowships to its graduating students. The conferment of Associate of IISc, or AIISc, was considered equivalent to a Master of Science, and the Fellowship of IISc, or FIISc, was considered equivalent to Doctor of Science. In 1952, the Institute began granting membership of IISc, or MIISc, which was considered equivalent to Doctor of Philosophy. Then in 1958, after the establishment of University Grants Commission in 1956, IISc was recognized as a deemed university, and it began granting its own degrees. The numbers of programs in which IISc offered degrees kept increasing over the years. In 2011, exactly 100 years after the first student was admitted to the institute, IISc pioneered its another flagship program of a 4-year undergraduate degree and began granting 4-year Bachelor of Science research degrees in 2015. More recently, we have begun 4 new degree programs. These are 2-year MSc programs in biology, MSc program in chemistry, a 4-year BTech in mathematics and computing, and an MTech in bioengineering. This slide shows the stats of our four-year undergraduate program, which was begun, as I mentioned, in 2011. The UG program attracts brightest of the young talent. In 2014, the program was revised to provide an option of extra year of study to also grant master's degree to those interested in obtaining integrated Bachelor of Science, Master of Science degree. I should say that we were slightly ahead of our times in pioneering this program, but we are glad that four-year undergraduate program is now talk of the national education policy. Currently, in this program, we graduate about 100 students. You'll be glad to know that we plan to expand this program, and as I said already, a new four-year BTech program in mathematics and computing has been added this year. This slide shows the data on the award of the medals to the graduates this year. A total of 64 medals are being awarded. Of these, 35 recipients who are present in the ceremony will receive them from the chief guest. This slide shows the data on award of degrees for the current program at IISc. A total of 344 degrees are being awarded today. It may be noted that for the course programs, the actual numbers are 301. However, as our convocation in 2021 was held in October, 299 of these were already include them, and the remaining two are being granted now. I would now like to show you some data that we have compiled for the award of degrees since 1950. As you will see, over the years, IISc has continued to propel itself to increase its potential to produce high-quality graduates. In fact, the slide also shows that in the last 15 to 20 years, the number of degrees that we grant has doubled. And today, we graduate on an average about 900 students a year, and close to 400 PhDs in faculties of science and engineering. With this, let me once again congratulate all the medal winners and the graduating students on receiving certificates, degrees from this temple of learning that we proudly call IISc. Finally, on behalf of the deans and the institute, I wish you all the very best in your future careers.
Thank you, Professor Vashni. The Institute's support has proved indispensable to the students during the pursuit of their degrees. For the past 2 years, the Institute has been helped capably by our esteemed director, Professor Govindan Rangarajan, who has tackled challenges with great skill and aplomb. Professor Rangarajan, we invite you to share a few words on the occasion of Convocation 2022 and to formally welcome our chief guest.
So let me first congratulate all the students on getting their degrees today, and also special congratulations to the medal winners who are going to be awarded their medals during this ceremony. As our chairman of the council pointed out, this batch of students has had to face these unique challenges posed by COVID. And I think it was in some sense a trial by fire, where your studies were disrupted, your research was disrupted, but you still came through and faced those challenges. It was a trial by fire, but I think all of you have successfully gone through it, and you are much more resilient because of that. And I'm sure this resilience is something which will stand you in good stead when you go forth in life. So I would like to congratulate all of you. And as far as the institute is concerned, as has been pointed out by the dean, we are starting several programs. And in fact, for the medical school, where there was a very generous contribution by the Bakchis and the Patsatis, we have already started the excavation, and the steel construction will start very soon. We are also innovating in both the research and teaching. On the teaching side, we are introducing new programs like the BTech in Math and Computing, which is quite unique in that multiple departments, it's a truly interdisciplinary program where multiple departments are involved in teaching the students about this very important area of math and computing. And these students will be able to pursue projects across the institute. And once the medical school comes, even in the medical school, so they'll be able to put their learnings to good use in applying them to real-world problems. And we have also started MSc programs in life sciences and chemical sciences. These are again very uniquely structured. And as far as research is concerned, we are also getting into very novel areas other than the medical research, which will start in about 2-3 years. We also have made inroads in areas like quantum technologies, network robotics, and we are always been strong in areas like material sciences and chemical sciences and so on. So there are many areas where we have been doing well, and we continue to do well. So with these few words, let me again congratulate all the students on a job well done, and best of luck for your future. Now it gives me great pleasure to introduce our chief guest, Subrata Bagchi. Subrata is the chairman of the Odisha Skill Development Authority. His charter is to create employable skills for 1.5 million youth by 2024, mostly school dropouts. This is a full-time assignment in the rank of a cabinet minister. He takes a salary of ₹1 per year for his work from the government of Odisha. Prior to this, Bagchi spent 4 decades with the Indian IT industry, where he is best known as a co-founder of Mindtree. Mindtree is one of India's most admired software companies that built the Aadhaar platform among its many other contributions. In 2022, Mindtree revenues exceeded $10,500 crores with 35,000 employees globally. Bagchi is well-known writer with bestsellers like The High Performance Entrepreneur, Go Kiss the World, The Professional, MBA at 16, The Elephant Catchers, and Sell. His latest book, Sell, received the C.K. Prahalad Award for the Best Business Book of 2018. His books have been translated in all major languages, as well as Chinese and Korean. Bagchi has been inducted into the Order of Engineers by the University of Florida and honored for his contributions to management and information technology by the Utkal University with an honorary doctorate in literature, and by the Veer Surendra Sai University of Technology with an honorary doctorate in science. Bagchi has served the boards of IIM Bangalore, Indian Oil, IIT Bhubaneswar, and the Board of Governors of the Software Technology Parks of India. He and his wife Sushmita support the cause for prevention of blindness, geriatric care, mental health, and cancer, among other issues towards which they have pledged their resources and time. Of course, there has been, some of you might have read the recent news item about, maybe 2 days ago, about him going back to Delhi University and completing his law degree. So he'll be among you. He'll also be getting a degree very soon. So he's also a student now. So it gives me great pleasure to request Subrata Bagchi to deliver the chief guest address.
Council Chair Shri Gopal Krishnan, Director Professor Govindan Rangarajan, Deans, invited guests, members of the media, and very importantly, my dear graduating students. It is an honor and a privilege to be here with you today. The Indian Institute of Science is the most revered education and research institution in the country, consistently ranked among the top 100 in the world. Given the stature of this institute of eminence, you could have showered the honor of delivering the convocation address on people far more accomplished than I am and better known than I am. they would have been most delighted to accept. Yet you chose me, and this makes me feel very humble. I am deeply grateful to all of you. To the graduating class of 2022, my heartiest congratulations. You have completed the first phase of your professional life with glory. It was expected of you the very first day that you were admitted to this hallowed institution. Now, of course, begins the great journey of even greater learning, of contribution and impact making. I have no doubt that you will make your alma mater proud in every way as you chart your own path. My hope for each one of you is that you will be outstanding human beings who will bring all the powers of knowledge and action to make science an instrument for human betterment. Today, as I bear witness to your convocation, to this great rite of passage, I want to share with you my thoughts about the idea of giving. One of the dominant themes that defines our very existence. And as a result, the journey through this planet over an entire lifetime. From the time we arrive to the time we leave, every moment of our existence is defined by the act of giving. You and I were born, we came to this world because someone gave us life. We did not exist as entities until we were given life by two people who came together. And as we arrived with nothing. We were naked, vulnerable, unable to fend for ourselves, dependent on a nurse for our first breath, for food on the mother, for shelter, clothing, life skill, and education on other human beings. Here, let me share with you my own story and my own understanding of the evolving nature of giving as I see it in my own life. I was born to a small-time government servant way back in 1957 in an obscure place in Odisha. My parents shifted home every year, almost every year, because my father had a transferable job with the government. By the time I was 16, I had lived in 12 separate homes in many different places. I'm a child of displacement. People like me must learn to find equilibrium much faster, much deeper than other people. Human equilibrium is born of relationships. The stronger and the deeper the relationship, the higher is our state of equilibrium. Building relationship is a process. A key part of that process was ingrained in me by my mother, Labonya Prova. Wherever my father's job took the family to a new place, she would quickly make friends with the neighbors in the nearby government quarters. And none of those quarters had running water or electricity. You can well imagine the kind of place and the kind of people who lived there. No sooner would we make home in a new place, and my mother's kitchen was up and running, her cooking went to the neighbors, and every other day, their food would come to our home. I'm the youngest born of my mother, and as a result, I was always around with her. And it was my job to run to this auntie or that auntie to deliver a little pot of curry, sometimes some kheer on a very special occasion. I was my mother's food delivery guy. But on a serious note, I now realize that I was getting my life lessons in giving. My mother was not just giving curry and kheer and whatever else. She was giving a little piece of herself in every act. And she was doing it in boundless joy. But it didn't stop there. This act extended to boiling an herbal mix for someone's child whose fever was not coming down. It also manifested in taking her own utensils to join community cooking when somebody's child was getting married. Remember, those were pre-Kalyana Mandapa days and pre-caterer days. So everybody came together. I told you before how often we moved from one place to another. Too short a time, 1 year, 2 years. Too short a time, one might think, to build meaningful relationships. But when my mother died, people showed up whom I had not seen in decades. People who had known my mother 50, 60 years ago, who still kept her in their hearts. But this is not just my mother's story. Listening to me, I'm sure many of you in the audience have very similar stories. While we're growing up, we do not actively realize that someone's act of giving is constantly shaping our own journey, defining who we may be. Think back in time as you sit listening to me today. Let your mind go back 5, 10, 20 years prior to coming to the Indian Institute of Science. Think of people who directly contributed to your coming here. You can remember who first awakened your love for mathematics. You can remember the person who sparked in you your joy for biology or physics or whatever else. Someone in your life gave you self-confidence, yet someone else gave you ambition, the power of sense-making, your resilience. Someone gave you vision. Someone pushed your way a chance for an interview that has made all the difference for you, that made you to come here today. And in the years to come, this phenomena of giving will manifest in many other ways. Someone will give you a job. Someone will give you a very special assignment that becomes an inflection point in your own career. Sometimes an angel will come to you to give a shoulder when you think that the world is falling apart. Someone also will one day give you a challenge that will completely deconstruct your sense of self, and there you will have your chrysalis moment. As I was growing up, I was very blessed to develop an awareness of the process of giving, its very nature, its manifestation, its effect on us, and the impact it can have on our collective existence. One of my siblings, my third elder brother, Amitabh, became an early exemplar for me. As I have told you before, we're a family of limited means. Amitabh was sent to a college hostel with just a few pair of clothes, one blanket, and one sweater. Come vacation time, he returned with none of those. What happened? My mother demanded. He said he gave it all away because there were kids who had nothing. I was very deeply influenced by his acts and often mimicked him when I was in college. Sometimes not the right way. I remember as an NCC cadet, I had the chance to represent the state at the Republic Day Parade in Delhi. And there I was adjudged the best cadet of the country. I returned from Delhi with dozens of uniforms, sweaters, blankets, and many other supplies that I did not return to the quartermaster of NCC as I should have. Nobody asked me because I was walking on water, having shaken hands with the President of India, had breakfast with the Prime Minister in her official residence. In the following days, I gave away all the supplies to rickshaw pullers and poor people in the neighborhood. I felt very magnanimous. But years after, I read a line from Mother Teresa. She wrote, "Before you give, you must have. Before you give, you must have." I was reminded very uncomfortably of how I had given away things which I did not have. They did not belong to me. They were given to me on lien. Mother Teresa's words need to be understood at two levels. The first is that you need to focus on having something. Do not fall prey to false altruism, particularly when you are just starting your life as an adult and as a professional. Give yourself time. Create, build, save. Have before you can give. But at another level, Mother is saying, You cannot seek glory in giving away what does not belong to you. Unlike what many of us think in India, robbing Peter to pay Paul is not the way to give. I must first pay my taxes right before I get into philanthropy. And there I was feeling benevolent, giving away things for which I was a mere custodian at that point in time. Let me now fast forward to my joining the Indian information technology industry. This was way back in 1981. The IT industry was at an embryonic state. I strayed into the industry with a liberal arts background. I had no idea about bits and bytes, from vacuum tubes to semiconductors, from erasable programmable memory to index sequential access media, from how pixels were generated by a cathode ray tube to pins rearranging themselves to form ASCII characters in a dot matrix printer. All this simply bewildered me. I had to learn to survive, and I had to learn very fast. So I would fall at the feet of all the geeks and the nerds from the IISc and the IITs of the world, who were my colleagues. I needed to know like hell, and someone had to give me like hell. Today, I'm who I am because of the dozens of people in the R&D wings of companies like PSI and Wipro, who gave me their knowledge in abundance. At the time of giving, they had no idea where life would take me one day. What the knowledge given to me will lead me to, and least of all, what credit, if any, that they would ever get. The bricks that became the castle in my care today are actually their bricks. Once I joined the IT industry, everything happened in fast-forward mode. I was like a child in a candy shop. There were some serious setbacks, but more serious opportunities. The biggest thing that came my way was an opportunity to go to Cupertino in the heart of the Silicon Valley. Just so you know, Cupertino at that time was a little more than a village. Wipro asked me to set up the operations there to convert their R&D from a domestically focused cost center to a global lab on hire. My job was to pitch our R&D capabilities to companies like Sun, Intel, HP, AT&T, and many Silicon Valley startups. When I looked at the overall ecosystem in the United States, excuse me, when I looked at the overall ecosystem in the United States, I was fascinated with how deep and wide and varied the idea of giving is in that country. In the fleeting time I have with you today, I'll pick and share a couple of them that had deep impact on me. The first one is about the founder chairman of a company named Tandem that does not exist anymore. But in its time, it was one of the leaders in fault-tolerant computing. It was a Fortune 500 tech company that I got to interact with because we ported their proprietary code onto Unix. Early in my interaction with them, I learned that Jimmy Trebig was also the chairman of the local school board. I could not imagine how the world's first designer of a fault-tolerant computer, chairman of a Fortune 500 company, had the time and the commitment to serve a school board in his own backyard. And school boards, so you know, are serious matter in the United States of America. You do not serve such boards in a light touch and symbolic manner. Yet Jimmy was doing what he was doing because he had this deep felt need to serve his local community. An act of giving must not be merely symbolic, it must be substantive. I learned from people like Jimmy Trebig that we need to make commitments to small institutions, and the most precious contribution we can make to them is by making ourselves available. Of course, they need the money, but more than that, they need our involvement. We can be great global citizens when we make ourselves locally relevant. And money is relevant. Often we need big money to start big projects. We need big money, we need unconstrained money for solving big problems. We need big money to seed institutions that will be timeless, like the Indian Institute of Science. Or take the example of how Memorial Sloan Kettering Hospital, the world's oldest and the largest among cancer care and research institutions, came into being. It started in 1884 as the New York Cancer Hospital. Through the act of philanthropy, over time it grew through significant donations from many well-wishers. In 1945, Alfred Sloan, chairman of General Motors, gave a grant of $4 million, a lot of money at that time. And his colleague Charles Kettering took the responsibility of oversight. That was the inflection point for the institution that has played an iconic role in cancer care and research. Stories like this abound wherever you go in the United States. Institutions like Stanford and Yale and Harvard and Princeton have been built over time by the generosity of people who could write a check and walk away from it. Small acts of generosity are most definitely significant, but institution building is a different game altogether. Minimalism doesn't work here. You need large hearts, large purses, and large acts of giving. Here's another example. 7 years after New York Cancer Hospital opened its door, two men accidentally met on a long voyage over the seas. One was an ascetic, and the other a patriotic businessman. The ascetic was none other than Swami Vivekananda, and the businessman was Jamshedji Tata. The ascetic was on his way to the religious congress in Chicago, and the businessman was looking for technical capability from overseas to start a steel plant in India. During that long voyage, they spoke about spirituality and at the same time the need to create a scientific temper in this country. The discussion left a lasting impression on the mind of Jamshedji Tata. 5 years later, he wrote a letter to Lord Curzon, the then Viceroy, about the need to build an institution to pursue the knowledge of science. Lord Curzon, in turn, asked the Nobel laureate, William Ramsay, to suggest a suitable location, Bangalore. That's what he said. The king of Mysore, Krishnaraja Wadiyar V, gave 371 acres of land. And Jamshedji Tata contributed in cash and kind. That is how Indian Institute of Science came into existence. That is how we have produced an education and research institute that is consistently ranked among the world's top 100. That is how you and I are standing on this ground today. But all of us must keep in mind that large acts of giving, which alone can create timeless institutions, come with no guarantee of success. You can crunch data to say this needs to be done, this is most likely to succeed, but there is no guarantee signed by destiny. Large acts of giving require us to respect the power of emergence and to truly embody the philosophy of karma, which is the detachment of action from attachment to an intended outcome. My dear students, when your time comes to give, give with joy and give in abundance. You remember that I opened the story about how my family moved from place to place every year or two. I learned how to manage displacement, the accompanying sense of uncertainty, by watching my mother build relationships within every new community. That instinct to reach out towards each other, that need for community, that need to be part of a circle of giving and receiving is embedded deep within all of us. Today, I am reminded of a beautiful experiment by scientist Dr. Tara Thiagrajan. Dr. Thiagrajan was originally a student of mathematics. Later, she went on to studying management, but finally turned to neuroscience to eventually lead Madura Microfinance. Her lifelong passion has been to link principles of neuroscience to financial measures for poverty alleviation. In the process of conducting research at Stanford, where she earned her doctoral degree, she took a few cells from the brain of mice and she systematically cut off their synapses, keeping just the nuclei intact. She left those on a petri dish and went away for a few weeks. On her return, she found to her amazement these cells had regrown their tentacles and were actively communicating with each other. They were giving and receiving information through the newly developed synaptic ends. Dr. Thiagrajan postulated that human brain cells exhibit the exact same behavior. So you see, right down to the cellular level, we are designed to reach out to each other. We are designed to constantly communicate. We are coded to be with each other in an energetic way. And giving, as in the signaling process between the cells in the petri dish, is basic to our existence. The time has come for me to wrap up the conversation for the day. But before I do that, as was shared by the presenters of this event, I need to quote a few lines from Rabindranath Tagore that hum in my mind. For you, I paraphrase his lines in my own words. I present what the poet seems to be telling. Everything that belongs to me, my wealth, my voice, the things I have seen, the sounds I have heard, all my comings and goings, my dawns, my dusks, I'll give you all of this. The strings of my instrument will play truest when they are in your hands. Everything, but everything must return to you. My friends, as you graduate today, here's my sincere wish. As you grow and prosper in life, may you give. May you give in boundless joy and abundance. Let the world say, here is someone who gave more to life than they ever took out of it. Go, kiss the world. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Rangarajan and Mr. Bagchi, for your enlightening and inspiring words. We now request Professor Vinod Sharma, Dean, Faculty of Engineering, to announce the names of the gold medal winners for the batches of 2020-21 and 2021-22. We also request the chief guest, Mr. Subrata Bagchi, to hand over the medals to the medalists.
Good morning. I'll start with the Bachelor of Science research students. The first medal is the Institute Medal, awarded to Mr. Harshit Nagaraj. For UG with biology. Next is Professor R. Srinivasan Medal for Archiman Panigrahi. For UG in Physics. Next is Rajashri Bhattacharya Memorial Medal to Rajanti Day. For UG in Chemistry major. Memorial Medal to Sutanya Bhattacharya for UG in Mathematics. So now I'll announce names of the medal winners for MTech. First is Mrs. Sabita Chaudhary Memorial Medal to Julian Rohit in Aerospace Engineering. Next is Professor N.R. Kulur Memorial Medal to Anshul Singhal in Chemical Engineering. Next is N.S. Lakshmana Rao Medal to Varsha P. in Civil Engineering. Next is the Aluminum Medal to Hitesh S. in ECED. Next is ISN Murthy Medal to Anand Jerry George in EEEC for signal processing. Next is N.R. Kambhati Memorial Medal to Geet George in Electrical Engineering. Next is Motorola Medal to Kaushal Bhogle in Computational and Data Science. Next is the DESC Design Medal to Fagde Anuj Pramod in Electronic Systems Engineering. Next is Professor Sargur N. Srihari Medal to Hari Govind Shravagi in Artificial Intelligence. Next is Professor K.N. Krishnaswamy Medal to Swapnil Mache in Center for Earth Sciences. Next is Professor R. Vasudevan Medal to Arun Singh Bagal in SENS, Center for Nanoscience Center. Next is Dishitji VG Medal to Raghuram Sheshadri in CPDM. Next is in MDes, the Institute Medal to Usri Nirjar Ganguly for CPDM. Ram is not there. Next is NASAS Medal to Andhya Datta for Aerospace Engineering. Next is Dr. M.N.S. Swami Medal to Patel Deval Nilesh Kumar in Computer Science and Automation. Next is the Hay Medal to Somajit Gangopadhyay in Electrical Engineering. Next is Subramaniam Rajalakshmi Medal to Aditi Garg in Computational Data Sciences. Next, I'll read the names for integrated PhD. First medal is Professor P.L. Bhatnagar Medal to Ashirwad and Balal in Mathematical Sciences. Next, Dr. R.K. Meller Memorial Medal to Shubhankar Saha in Biological Sciences. Next is Dr. A. Nagaraj Rao Medal to Arco Seal in Chemical Sciences. Next is Kumari L. A. Meera Memorial Medal to Aniket Majumdar in Physical Sciences. Next, I'll announce the name for the PhD students. First medal is in Professor Chintakendi V. Yogarao Medal to Jairam R. Potnes for Aerospace Engineering. Next is the Alumni Medal Research to Arpita Biswas for Computer Science and Automation. Next is Dr. J.C. Ghosh Medal in Physical Chemistry to Aman Jindal for Inorganic and Physical Chemistry. Next is the Indian Economic Association Medal to Anand Jacob Abraham for Management Sciences. Next is Sir Vittal N. Chandravakar Memorial Medal to Navchetan Avasthi in Computational and Data Sciences. Next is Amulya and Vimla Reddy Medal to Deepthi Hebal for Center for Sustainable Technologies. Next is the Rodham Family Medal to Jalihal Chetan Kumar for Center for Atmospheric and Ocean Sciences. Finally, the Institute Medal to Debyan Das Gupta to SENSE, Center for Nano Science and Engineering. So now we have our And let me thank all the medal winners once again, and best wishes for future.
Thank you, Professor Sharma. And congratulations to all the medal winners. We request the winners to join our dignitaries on stage for a group photograph. We also request the audience members to please put your mobile phones on silent mode. Thank you. Can we have a round of applause for our medal winners? We now request the Director to present a token of our appreciation to the Honorable Chief Guest, Mr. Subroto Bagchi. We would also like to extend our gratitude to the Chair of Council and Guest of Honor, Dr. Gopal Krishnan. We request the Director to present a token of thanks.
Thank you, Professor Rangarajan. May we now request Professor Balaji Jagirdar, Dean of the Undergraduate Program, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Yeah, thank you. It gives me immense pleasure to express our gratitude to all those who were directly or indirectly involved in this Convocation 2022. Before I express my gratitude to such people, I take this opportunity to heartily congratulate all the graduating students on their wonderful accomplishments during their course of studies at the Institute. So, first and foremost, I would like to extend my thanks to Mr. Subrata Bagchi for kindly accepting our invitation to join as a chief guest of this event and sharing his inspirational words. We are really indebted to his presence and highly motivational words of. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Dr. Gopal Krishnan, our council chair, for gracing this occasion. I also would like to express our gratitude to our director, Professor Thiagrajan, who has been providing us valuable suggestions as and when we reached out to him in the context of this convocation. We are very grateful to the donors and their families who came forward to donate generously for the various institute gold medals for students for best performance in their course of studies. An event of this magnitude is hard to organize without the help and support from various quarters of the Institute. We thank the following section heads and the staff of the administration for pitching in towards this convocation in a timely manner. Academic section, finance and accounts, purchase, security office, health center, human resources, PRO's office, Office of Communications and Office of Development and Alumni Affairs, the Digits team, and the departments of the respective graduating students. The chair of the Students' Council and the members of the Students' Council have been helping us with student volunteers who have been working tirelessly beyond the scenes and have involved themselves in various organizational activities. We thank them immensely. We thank the faculty members of the Institute for gracing this occasion and participating in this session. We hope that you will continue to stay and cheer our graduating students in the afternoon session as well. We thank the parents of the graduating students who have taken the trouble of traveling from across the country to be on this special occasion of their wards. Several colleagues and staff members and also the deans of administration and the deans of the divisions and the chairs of various departments of the institute, including the convocation committee, have put in tremendous effort in planning and executing this program. Without their support, cooperation, and active participation, this event would not have been what we have witnessed thus far. So finally, last but not the least, I would also like to take this opportunity to thank the Deans of Science and Engineering and also my colleagues in the UG, the 2 Associate Deans, for all their involvement and working towards making this program a success. We thank the members of the media who have come here to cover this event. We thank you for your presence and covering this event. There have been several people directly or indirectly involved in this function. We thank them all. And finally, I would like to say greetings and hearty congratulations to you all, the graduating students. You are now the ambassadors of this great institute. Carry on the torch and spread the word across all over the world what the institute stands for, and work towards the cause for the good of the institute. And kudos to you all. Thank you all.
Thank you, Professor Jagirdar. We request everyone to please rise for the National Anthem, rendered by members of Rhythmika, the IISc Music Club.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा वृंद हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तब शुभ नामे जागे तब शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तब जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
With this, we come to the end of the first session for the program. Please join us for lunch at the Shamiana outside. Our volunteers will guide you. We will resume sharp at 2:30 p.m. for the distribution of the degree certificates to the batches of 22 by the department chairs and the undergraduate dean. We request you all to reassemble here by 2:20 p.m. to start the afternoon session. Thank you and congratulations.
ಬನ್ನಿ ನಾನು ಯಾರು ಬಂದರೂ ನಿಂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಫೋಟೋ ತೆಗಿತೀನಿ ನಾನೇ ಡಿಯರ್ನ ಕರಿತೀನಿ ಇರೋರ್ನ ಕರೀರಿ
Just one group with our staff. Who is going to take? Good job. Good job.
Hey guys, my computer.
कल दूं सर?
हाँ हाँ, अभी तो इसको तो मैं नहीं छोड़ने वाला ना।
नहीं सर।
हाँ। Now you can switch off that.
Oh, yes, sir.
Oh, good. Okay, what's your
Okay, then move to the back and
next comes this biological sciences division-wise department. So some departments are saying that they won't be anchor from their side. So can you?
I am anchor. No worries.
Old session. You are anchor. Okay, no issues.
I have script also. I have script also.
Okay.
उसके में टिक कर लो आराम से उसके में टिक कर लेंगे
वो मैं उसका नाम बुलाऊंगी उसकी
मदर आएंगे सेंटर में बैठी है कैमरे में तो अंदर से कह रहे ऐसा कुछ इशू नहीं है दे सकते हैं और बस उनका डिपार्टमेंट चेयर को एक बार इन्फॉर्म कर देना
civil board will confirm anybody any idea
No,
civil engineering
she informed through email. It is there.
mechanical sciences right
Only she can't.
Okay.
they all are confirmed
It is there in this.
only I have this much certificate this one I don't have with whom I enter contact
नैनो कर दी नैनो
So, we have first biological sciences.
Okay, sir. After sciences, mechanical sciences, aerospace.
Chemical sciences. Electrical.
Mechanical.
Interdisciplinary science. Sense. Computational and data science. Center of Energy Research. Management Studies.
COS, Center for Atmosphere.
It is Center. Pooja. Thank you for my professor.
Vinay Chandra.
Chair of Center of Atmospheric and Oceanic Science. So please come on the stage today with us.
so this is fine right?
Yes, madam. This is fine. Only our student is attending. Because she is in USA. She can Kundrapur.
there is only one name
One name, sir. Shekhar.
Shrikant
You are only calling now, madam. Chairman will call.
yeah
You are only calling. Okay, thank you. After aerospace, I think.
Yes. So
This list I have taken from the crime section.
लिस्ट का है नाम जिसके अनाउंस करने वो यही है
this is the list
सारे के सारे अच्छा 2 कॉपी है
एक ही है
एक
ये
ही copy
किसी
है।
से मांग लेंगे सबके पास है मेरा
किससे मांगना है कब स्टार्ट हो रहा है 2:30 पे
2:15 पे बोला सर you can have seat नहीं है पर इसकी फोटो ले
बुलाऊंगा कैसे बुलाऊंगा इसका फोटो सब ले रहा है तो
मुझे नहीं पता
ये यूजीस का लिस्ट है ना मैं बस ले रहा हूँ
तो ये रजिस्ट्रार को ये लास्ट मिनट में ना नौटंकी
जी का बुला लेना मास्टर्स
यूजी का 2 है 2 लिस्ट है
एक ये है एक ये है
दिस इज 4th year दिस इज द बैचलर्स
हाँ ठीक है ओ
Let me just take it.
Yeah, sure. What the whole
Okay, sir.
we will like let them see properly. Then we will one go out. Just edit copy liquid 5 minutes. So this will be right. First this we can give our
Maybe just 2:20.
You are Professor Joseph Mittal?
No, Mr. Joseph Mittal.
You are Professor Anand Suri?
No, I am supporting staff in the
Okay.
So, Professor Joseph Mittal is sitting here. And the certificates are here.
Yeah, so I'll be calling out the names.
Okay, sure. It will come around 3 o'clock.
Yeah.
Huh?
3:15, I guess.
Okay.
अब एक बार चला देख लेते हैं जब एक लोग नाम अनाउंस कर रहे हैं तो दूसरे लोग चले जाएंगे ना यहाँ से
नहीं नहीं
हम यहीं पे खड़े रहेंगे ठीक है फिर उसको ऑफ कर करके क्लैरिफाई कर लेंगे कौन सा नाम है कौन सा नहीं है और सब हो जाएगा स्मूथली ये अनाउंसमेंट क्या करना है
So 60 are
ठीक है बोल दोगे ना
So there are 60 students who were present in the morning session, UG. If anybody else has shown up now and not in the morning session, they must just come here, just to mark the attendance so that we don't miss them out. That also you just announce.
I'll announce, sir, but whoever...
Otherwise, right now you can announce make that announcement. No. Those who were not present in the morning but have come now. UG students. Only they should come here, assemble here, so that we can include their name in the list of awardees.
You can make now
Yeah, right now you can make that, so that we don't miss them out at all.
Hello everyone. UG students who are not present in the morning can come towards the dais and mark their attendance.
hey audio बोला सुनाई नहीं दिया इसका वॉल्यूम कहाँ से बढ़ेगा
Hello everyone. UG students who are not present in the evening can come towards the dais and mark their attendance, please.
Materials engineering. Materials engineering, you're announcing the names. Yeah. Show me the names.
I should update some names. Okay. Civil engineering. You can finish civil
Materials engineering. Gyan Shankar, Sarvesh, Radhika, Abhay, Angapan, Vanita, Khanna Sumit, add Amit G on it. Amit G on it. PhD. You have this bachelor's, master's list here. UG bachelor's, master's list. Who is having?
Civil, it must. See, you have to add. Deepu is not coming. You delete this one. Okay. You add Ginny Matthew. You want this?
No, I already have this.
Ginny Matthew. Okay. Supratik Rai also is there. Gayatri H also. Oh, only this.
These three are coming.
Three plus Shinde is also coming.
Okay.
Okay. They confirmed. Okay. Okay. Only 5. Shinde and Rama.
Rahul Shah, UG. Can you confirm my attendance, please?
Come. What's your name?
Ashim.
Can you
find material science, please? My name is Rahul Shah. Are you awake? Sir, can I go? Can I?
So first list कौन से डिपार्टमेंट का दिस यूजी
Bachelor's.
He's present.
Yeah, he's present.
We have to mark attendance here, right? Where we have to mark attendance? Here. I will call them.
We will see. Next. Who is the next? What is your degree?
Bachelor's and master's.
This is electrical communication engineering. Hey, do we have this list?
We have this here only. This is our
Like
list.
updated one. Like some of them are not available.
Yeah, this is updated. You tell me which is the department? Yeah. So then Vijay Lakshmi, yeah. Archana. Piyush. Yeah.
Bibhu Prasad Nayak.
Yeah.
Georgine Jacob.
And Lakshmi Ramesh is not coming.
Okay.
You can just, I don't know, I come or not come. No. This is okay, na?
वो extra वाले announcement.
Hello everyone. After receiving the degrees, UG students should proceed to the main lecture hall, MLH, for the UG Convocation ceremony. And please be seated there by 3:05 p.m. Parents will be seated in G1 and G21 of Old Physics Building. UG staff will direct them for the UG office. There, the UG convocation ceremony will start at 3:15 p.m. Like just after receiving all the...
तो ये वाला डिपार्टमेंट वाला सॉर्ट कर ले चेक कर ले वो वाला कर लिया क्या
बायोलॉजी और वो उसका
ये प्रेजेंट
हाँ कर लो है ना तेरे पास
check what should I check
everyone is sitting by the name or not
that is there but should I tick people and
हाँ
then official list दे दो
यही है ना ऑफिशियल
और कुछ दो करो
पेन यार
ये लो पेन
do you need it for now anybody who does not need a pen
take
I think we should get started now. So you can call.
it's done
Two names.
Also include Professor Shrikant. Okay, sir.
अय्यर यहाँ पे भी डाल दो. Thank you, Professor Iyer. Yeah, we are starting this. Yeah, keep it here. Otherwise, this.
What we can do, the people who come there. I will check, I'll take it, I'll come back.
Okay.
This is from mechanical engineering. One student is already here. His name is not there.
Who took that list from me? Give me the list.
So whichever pending, we will take care.
Sorry.
No, this is not. No, this is not the list.
Then we will take care in the video.
I think
No,
this
you have to start with this.
Praveen, you are present.
Wait.
Just sit on the way I told you.
He might have taken the list.
You go in the same list, in the same order you go, whatever I will.
Somebody took the list.
एक second. कौन सा? It's there, na? Both the files are there. Worry.
No, sir, not this. The other departments.
Wait. Proceed.
Oh, this list. Oh,
There.
sorry.
This is from mechanical engineering. You are calling in this order only now?
Praveen.
Civil engineering.
Mechanical. Mechanical.
Okay. Praveen and who else?
Mechanical. You can just add his name. Raghavendra Mrutyunjaya.
Okay. Achishman.
Raghavendra
Mrityunjay Murthy.
Okay. कोई एक पेन दो. Just give me the.
ओ मध्य कार्तिक को यहाँ से लिस्ट ली है क्या? मैंने वहाँ पे एडिट कर रखा था. क्यों ली है वो लिस्ट? तुम कौन सी लिस्ट? मैंने एक भी लिस्ट नहीं ली.
Okay, guys, Deep Chandran, they've already collected. Just got this name.
मैंने नहीं ली कोई लिस्ट.
Okay, guys.
यहाँ पे एक लिस्ट थी. किस चीज़ की बताओ? ये वाला था, ये जिसमें सारे लिखे हुए हैं डिपार्टमेंट के.
बहुत सारे प्रेजेंट हैं. मैंने ठीक है. No, yours I only called you. I told you to sit somewhere.
Okay.
कौन आदर्श को गया है शायद.
सुन. आदिपुर नहीं है. हम लोग का बैच.
That is your batch. I did ask you to sit.
Call out the name.
Yeah, you're present. No, that I
don't know.
Yeah, okay.
Don't know. But
आदर्श भैया के पास कोई
That I cannot check.
if they don't have it, do I come up or
Just come up. First, just get you'll take someone's name. Okay, that is the section.
Okay, cool. And where do I sit? Between
Akash
हो
and
गया. Start करना. अशीम को कौन काट के?
Yours, no?
मुझे नहीं पता.
अरे पेन दे.
Just a sec.
Don't do anything here. Do here.
अरे पहले किया था मेरे को सेट. It's fine. His name is.
Okay.
Where do I sit? Near Sharad.
We'll
Like
start.
the last guy.
ये यूजी वाला है ना? ये मुझे अनाउंस करना है. कार्तिका, अचिष्मन डापवा,
ये वाला तुझे नहीं
अभिजीत बीजी, प्रणय दास नहीं है.
देखो ये वाला करना है.
डायरेक्ट है मोनिका, विधि है. ये कौन न्यूज़ बना रहा है?
डिपार्टमेंट नाउ वी विल कॉल.
विधि है.
I'll call.
वी विल कॉल. सीएसए विल कॉल. कंपटीशन से नॉट
Serious?
We will call.
Yeah.
I have to call out this.
It's no problem in that, no?
जो क्रॉस डेमो नहीं बुलाने. Let's start.
ये तो फेडेड भी है.
तभी मैंने लिखा है. एस ऋषि है.
श्रीशी.
एस ऋषि. एस ऋषि.
एस ऋषि. ओह. मैं जिसका नाम पे टिक मारना सब है, ठीक है? लेफ्ट में मैं टिक मारेगा.
यार देख के मैं कितना कंफ्यूजन हो जाएगा.
मैं काट रहा हूँ जो नाम बोलना है.
हाँ.
तो जो गलत कर रखा था मैं सब काट दूँ.
हाँ ठीक है.
रुक मैं सारे को चेक कर रहा हूँ. निकेत होना चाहिए यहाँ पे बैठा. सेलेक्ट करिए सर. निकेत होना चाहिए. करीब सर फर्स्ट बायोलॉजिकल साइंसेस, then chemical sciences, then electrical
में only these people are here now.
You took this.
Let us get started. Let's get started. We have a tight time constraint.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Let's get
Sir, he has the list. He is checking who all are present.
No. I think let it speak. Let us please start.
Okay, these are the.
So whoever is not there, I think you just leave it. They will collect in the UG. Let us not lose the time.
They are sitting as sir. They will just
He will do this.
cry.
Please start. We are 7 minutes.
আমি তুলবো, আমি আসবো। Okay, start. ये डाइस थोड़ा सा उधर कर लोगे, मैं नीचे ही खड़ा हो जाऊँगा।
You're asking the chairs to you. You're inviting the chairs to
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Pooja.
And I'm Apurva.
We welcome you back to the final session of Convocation 2022. We will now start the distribution of degree certificates from the hands of the respective department deans and chairs. Starting with the UG department, we would like to invite Professor Balaji Jagirdar, Dean of Undergraduate Program, and Professor Nagasuma Chandra, Associate Dean of the Undergraduate Program, and Professor Srikant Iyer to give away the degree.
starting from according to this. This.
Students, please come to the stage. Nijin, Harshit Nagraj, Ashim Kumar, Bhumika Ashok Bhatt, Karthika Kaveri, Archishman Dakua, Abhijit Biji, Vidhi Sinha,
Synchronize with rules.
Monica, Iladiti Kurba, Advait Uday, Nived Krishnan, Gopika Ranjit, Hari Narayanan, Kalyani Uttam Rao, Niket Manoj, Dhruv Lal, Karthik.
Maximum madam will do. After 20 students, check it, just another 4, 5. Maximum.
Nidish Sagar. Shukanya Majumdar. Debabrata Ghosh. Manoj.
Ma'am.
Rahul Shah. Aniket. Sarang. Aditya Upadhyay. Nabarun Deka. Archishman. Karthik Verma. Bandaru Fani. Dharanish. Divij Mishra. Praveen J. Kumar. Yash Mehul Mehta. Rimika Jaiswal. Girish Bharat. Sri Hari. Anish Bhattacharya. Divyoj Singh. Sandra Santosh. Agrim Sharma. Siddharth Kumar. Prashant. Ramachandra Bangari. Aman Anand. Bharat Mohan. Aditi Ajit. Gopal Krishnan. Ahmed Nazir. Rishi.
Gupta present. Okay. तू बोल चलो बाद में बुला लेंगे तू यहाँ से बोल के चल जो ठीक है
We'll be starting with bachelor's degrees now. Lakshya Chauhan.
सौहद्र हाथी मीनल बी आदिति कदम्बार आदित्य कदम्बार
रजंती है रजंती दे बस बोल दे रजंती दे टिक मार के रखा हूँ मैं राजंती दे
हाँ राजंती दे
अनुज अनुज मिला
अनुज अनुज नवनीत होला
शेखर देवा मुफद्दल नेक्स्ट नाम
शेखर देवम उपाध्याय, सोतोनॉय,
ये नाम बोला भी, क्या नाम था? आदित्य गुप्ता।
आदित्य गुप्ता,
Please change, right? Oh, चिन्मय सर।
चिन्मय एसआई,
श्रेयस भट्ट स्टार्ट हो, श्रेयस भट्ट।
श्रेयस भट्ट,
पुलकित,
पुलकित सिन्हा,
अभिलाष,
अभिलाष मुखर्जी,
आकाश,
आकाश कनन, तुषार रेड्डी,
पवित्र, पवित्र,
अरित्र दास,
प्रीति कुमार,
कीर्ति कुमारन,
शाश्वत,
शाश्वता रॉय,
प्रत्युष, प्रत्युष पाटवा,
प्रत्युष प्रशांत पौडवाल,
आतिश, आतिश इंग्रज, आतिश, 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 आतिश यहाँ पे नहीं होगा, काजी, ये,
काजी आतिश इमरोज,
अभिज्ञान,
अभिज्ञान हजारिका,
ये नाम पहले बार, शरण,
शरण श्रीनिवासन,
साई विरेंची, साई विरेंची बस बोलते,
साई विरेंची,
ये पढ़ लो, गिरिधरन,
गिरिधरन आरपी,
We request the students to come forward for the group photograph.
Come on stage. Come on stage.
Please come on stage, UG students.
After that, this will be biological science. UG is done. Biological science. और सब भी पढ़ने की लिस्ट का और सब लिस्ट है ना, ये सही है, इसमें मेरे में टिक विक नहीं लगा है, हो जाएगा। तो यहाँ पे एक दो ज़्यादा लोगों को थैंक यू बोल रहा है ना, वो भी यहाँ से दिखना पड़ेगा। ये कहाँ पे बोल रहा है? ठीक है, थैंक यू।
ये वाला मैं बोलूँगी, तू ये नहीं बोलेगा।
हाँ, मुझे किसको बोलना? मुझे थैंक यू प्रोफेसर कारनाथ एंड प्रोफेसर दीपक, है ना?
थैंक यू नहीं बोलना। थैंक यू प्रोफेसर कारांत। We would like to call Professor Arun, Chair of Center for Neuroscience, Professor Rahul Nair, Professor Deepak Nair, to present.
Yeah, like to call Professor S.P. Arun, Chair of Center of Neuroscience,
And
Professor Deepak Nair.
Thank you so much, Professor Jagirdhar, Professor Nagasuma, and Professor Shrikant Iyer.
And repeat those two announcements. Students to be seated in MLH and parents in old physics building. Thank you. Thanks. Thank you.
UG students, please proceed forward to main lecture hall, MLH, for the UG convocation ceremony. Please be seated there. And also for parents, parents can proceed to G1 and G21 of old physics building. UG staff will direct them to the UG office. Now we request Professor Usha Vijay Raghavan, Dean of Biological Sciences, and Professor Praveen Karant, Chair of Center for Ecological Sciences, to give away the degree certificates to Pranoy Baidya.
बस खत्म ना, अब तुम्हें अनाउंस करना है ना। बस अब मेरा मल्टीपल लिस्ट है ना, और ये भी एक ही लिस्ट है बस।
अरे दो हैं।
रुको। बोल दे प्रणय भाई तक। ओके, सॉरी, तो जाना देना ना। ये तो मल्टीपल लिस्ट है मेरे पास। मल्टीपल लिस्ट है मेरे पास, फिफ्टी का निकाल। चलो। Thank you, Professor Karant. We would like to call Professor S.P. Arun, Chair of Center of Neuroscience, and Professor Deepak Nair to present the degree certificates. Pranay Vaidya. Okay. Mahadeva Swami H.S. Pallavi Rao Netrakanti. Rohini M. Thank you, Professor Arun and Professor Deepak Nair. Next department under Biological Sciences Division is Microbiology and Cell Biology. We request Professor Kumar Ravel Somasundaran, Chair of MCP Department, to give away the degree certificates to the students. Parav Aniket Girish.
Thank you so much, Professor Soma Sundaran. For Molecular Biophysics Unit, we would like to call Professor Siddharth Sharma, Chair of MBU Department, to kindly come up on stage to present the students with the degree certificates. Saranya, Manikandan, Ashish Anil Rao, Ishika, Thank you, Professor Sharma. Next, we have Molecular Reproduction, Development, and Genetics Department under Biological Sciences Division. We would like to call Professor Upendra, Chair of MRDG Department, to kindly come up on stage to give away the degree certificates. Neetu Sara Alex, Shrishti Gautam,
Thank you so much, Professor Usha and Professor Upendra. We'd like to request the students of Biological Sciences Division to come forward for a group photo.
Yeah.
Sure.
That's what I was going to call. Department chairs of Biological Sciences Division, please come forward on stage to have a group photograph. Next, we have Chemical Sciences Division. We would like to call Professor G. Mugesh, Dean of Chemical Sciences Division, and Professor Arunan to give away the degree certificates to inorganic and physical sciences students. Devabrata Bhattacharya, Sritama Bose. Anju Pillai. Thank you, Professor Arunan. Please have a seat. Next, we would like to invite Professor Ravi Shankar to kindly come up on stage to give away the degree certificates to the students of Materials Research Center. Ranjit Kumar. Vidushi. Thank you, Professor Ravi Shankar. Please have a seat on stage. Now we request Professor N. Jayaraman to present the degree certificates to Pradipta Behra, student of Organic Chemistry Department.
Thank you, Professor Jayaraman. Please have a seat. We now request Professor Satish Patil to present the degree certificates. Anjali S. Nair. Atul Kumar Singh. Thank you, Professor Mukesh. We'd now like to request the students of Chemical Sciences Division to kindly come forward for a group photograph.
Moving on to the Division of Electrical, Electronics and Computer Sciences, we now request Professor Rajesh Sundareshan, Dean of the Division, and Professor Chiranjeev Bhattacharya to award the certificates to the students.
Ronak Agarwal. Next is Ragesh Ranjan Rajan Beck. Chandrahas. Chandrahas. Alo Majumdar. Okay, I think he's absent. Rajarshi Banerjee. Absent. Oh, okay. Ankur Naskar. Yeah. Navdeep Kumar Katel. Next is Vijay Kumar M. Akanksha Dimri. Rajkumar S. Rajkumar S.
Deval Patel. Yeah, medal. Medal? Yeah. We are not getting medals. No, medal when it was there, but from a degree I did not get. Deval Patel, CSA.
Deval Patel.
अपने आप से आगे बोल दिया ऐसे ही सी योर नेम इज नॉट डोंट कॉल जॉर्जिन
Professor Bhattacharya, please have a seat. We would now like to invite Professor K.J. Vinoy, Chair of Electrical Communication Engineering, to kindly come up on stage to give away the degree or certificates to the students. Vijay Lakshmi. Archana. Piyush Sinha, Bibhu Prasad Nayak, Lakshmi Ramesh,
Please have a seat, Professor Binoy. Okay, thank you. Next, we have Electrical Engineering Department. We would like to call on stage Professor Uday Kumar, Chair of Department, to present the degree certificates. Indila Rajita Sai. Katam Nishant. Ila Arvind. Jitendra Kumar Dhiman. Rajesh N.A. Rijesh N.A. Pokala Praveen Kumar. Vinayak Kiledar. Sanjay Vishwanath. Som Subra Das. Please have a seat, sir. Moving on to Electronic System Engineering Department in EECS Division. We would like to call up stage Professor L. Umanand, Chair of the department, to kindly come up on the stage to award the degree certificates to the students. Tripti Jain. Amruta Machi Reddy. Buddha Lakshmi Ramya Krishna, Abhishek Ramadas Nair, Arijit Mandal,
ठीक है तुम्हारा टर्न हो गया
Thank you so much, Professor Rajesh Sundaresaran and Professor Uvanan. We would now like to request the student of EECS division to come forward for a group photograph.
I don't know. Actually, I don't know. So,
Sir, we call it now.
okay. And for how?
Till 4.
Till 4. Is that required?
Yeah.
Half hour?
Then for 20 minutes, it won't be possible.
From 3:30 to 4.
तुम्हारा लाइन बोल दिया वेट हो रहा था ये मैंने बोल दिया हाँ बोल देते अभी अभी
We'll be having a short tea break now. We'll resume the ceremony at 4 p.m. The tea is served outside.
यहाँ हो गया यहाँ पे हाफ हो गया वैसे
But Aaron, tell them come. You have to be back. They're taking acknowledgement on it. 2 minutes, bro.
Sai, Katam Nishant,
The certificates to the students.
Next is Ragesh Ranjan Rajan Beck.
Well, please settle down. जो भी बाहर है, if you can call your friends in. We'll be starting in a minute.
Hello everyone, please settle down.
चेक सिविल का पहला बंदा कटा हुआ है.
सब लोग ना मटेरियल्स कौन से हैं ऐसा मैंने समझ कौन सा देखो
We welcome you back to the final session of Convocation 2022. We are now going to start with the Division of Interdisciplinary Sciences. We would like to invite Professor Navkanta Bhatt, Dean of the Division, and Professor Srinivasan Raghavan, Chair of the Center for Nanoscience and Engineering. Jagriti Singh, Nayana Ramesh,
Thank you, Professor Raghavan. Please have a seat. Now we would like to invite Professor Shashi Kumar Ganeshan, Chair of Computational and Data Sciences. Devyani Lambate, Diksha Chaudhary, Utkarsh Gupta. Thank you, Professor Ganeshan. Please have a seat. Next, we invite Professor Dasappa from the Interdisciplinary Center for Energy Research to kindly come on the stage and give away the certificates. Pradeep Gupta.
Thank you, Professor Dasappa. Kindly have a seat. We now invite Professor Parthasarthi Ramachandran, Chair of Management Studies, to come up on the stage and give away the certificates. Ashish Chopra, Shivalik Singh, Tanuj Negi, we request all the students of Division of Interdisciplinary Sciences to please come up on stage for a group photograph. Moving on, we have the Division of Mechanical Sciences. We would like to invite Professor G.K. Anant Suresh, Dean of the Division, and Professor Joseph Matthew, Chair of the Aerospace Engineering, to come up on stage and give away the certificates. Manoj Bashya, Raghavendra Kulkarni, Bulbul Mukherjee, Vignesh, Mayur Gopal Godbole, Manoj Kumar. Thank you, Professor Matthew. Please have a seat. Next, we invite Professor P.N. Vinay Chandran, Chair of Center for Atmospheric and Oceanic Sciences, to please come up on stage and give away the certificates. Shrikant Mukundrao.
Thank you, Professor Vinay Chandran. Please have a seat. We now request Professor Deepakar Sen from the Center for Product Design and Manufacturing to kindly come on stage and do the honors. Jeevita Shri Devi. Somanath Arjun. Thank you, Professor Sen. We request Professor Dasapa, Chair of Center for Sustainable Technologies, to come up on the stage and give away the certificates. Ravi Kumar D. Saranya G. Seema Sukhani.
Thank you, Professor Dasappa. We would like to invite Professor Sanjeev Kumar, Chair of Mechanical Engineering Department, to come up on stage and do the honors. Okay. We would like to invite Professor Anant Ramaswamy. Okay. This is mechanical.
Chemical department.
Oh.
Chemical. Okay. Okay, sir.
Professor Sanjeev Kumar Gupta, Chair of Chemical Engineering Department, kindly come up on stage and do the honors. Debachandra Basu. Fanikant. Peter Varun D'Souza. Thank you, Professor Gupta. Next, we would like to invite Professor Ananth Ramaswamy, Chair of Civil Engineering Department, to come up on stage and give away the certificates. Ramavat Sri Bhanu Pratap Rathod. Shinde Ninat Sanjeev. Jeenu Mathai. Supratik Roy. Gayatri. Thank you, Professor Ramaswamy. Please have a seat. We would like to invite Professor Satyam Suvas, Chair of Materials Engineering, to come up on stage and give away the certificates. Gyan Shankar. Radhika Vazalwar. Abhay Gupta. Angapan. Panithi Sirisha. Khanna Sumit Rajesh. Amit G. Anil.
Mechanical. Thank you, Professor Suhas. Please have a seat. We now request Professor Raghuram N. Govardhan, Chair of Mechanical Engineering Department, to come up on the stage and do the honors. Narayan Venkatchalam. Pabitra Baduk. Kundan Kumar. Vimal Idachari. Raghavendra Mooradande. We request the students of Mechanical Sciences Division to come up on the stage for a group photograph.
Next, we have the Division of Physical and Mathematical Sciences.
Good job. Thank you, sir. Very tedious.
We would like to invite Professor Kaushal Verma, Dean of the Division, and Professor S. Ashokan, Chair of the Instrumentation and Applied Physics, to come up on stage and do the honors. Kavita B.S. Shirhatti Vijay Dhruva. Asha Prasad, Prashant Thaplial,
यहाँ पे आ गए इतना जल्दी.
Thank you, Professor Ashokan. Next, we invite Professor A.K. Nandakumaran, Chair of Mathematics Departments, to come up on the stage and give away the certificates. Preetam Ganguly, Ramesh Chandra Sahu, Abu Sufyan, Rakesh Kumar, Mayuresh Mahadev. Thank you, Professor Nandakumaran. Please have a seat. We request Professor Prabal K. Maiti, Chair of Physics Department, to come up on the stage and present the certificates. We would also like to request all the students of the physical and mathematical science to be present after this ceremony for the photograph. Debasmita Mondal. Naveen JH. Amit Roy. Priya Tiwari. Ankan Mokopadhyay. Saloni. Priyo Adhikari.
If the students of Center for High Energy Physics are present here, kindly come up on stage. Okay. Then we would like to request all the students of Physical and Mathematical Sciences Division to come up on stage for the group photograph.
Last line. Okay, we can call out the names.
आइए वाली दोनों आगे उनका दिल
नहीं है। Professor Kaushal Verma, please stay back.
Degree probably will be in the office.
Yeah, I got that yesterday.
Oh, you got? Yeah. Okay. What about you?
No, no, there's a mix-up. This is why I left, but thanks for the...
Okay. So you also got the gift.
No, I haven't got it. There was a mix-up with my office. He said I'll collect it tomorrow.
Okay. So tomorrow.
Professor Justin David is not here.
No.
Okay. We would be giving the degree certificates for Center for High Energy Physics now. We would like Professor Kaushal Verma to stay back on stage. Shivli Chatterjee.
डिपार्टमेंट से तो ठीक है फोटो खिंचवा ले get a photograph on
Okay, sure. Get a degree from someone.
Yeah, go back and get a degree.
Yeah, there are two, right? Students?
Yes.
Yeah, my salary is there. It's there, no? We'll just finish. First one is hers.
Ratan Sarkar. We would now like to conclude the final session of the Convocation 2022. We would like to thank all the attendees for their patience and wish them the best of luck for their future endeavors.
Thank you very much.
सब ले ले तू मेरे को नहीं चाहिए
यार मैंने हील्स नहीं पहनी अभी.
जल्दी पहन लेना, पहनने की लिया है तो पहन ही लो.
अरे नहीं तेरा फोटो उसमें वो
एक ऐसे ओके.
ये जल्दी आ. टेक वन.
ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಮಿಂಗ್ ಆಡಿ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಬೀಜೆ ತರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ.
अभी मेरा अकेले का आएगा, रुक जाओ. सब क्यों लेके जा रहे हो?
ನಾನು ಅದೇ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀನಿ.
अरे हट.
फेक कर फेक कर फेक कर फेक 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 इट. मैडम को कैमरा दिख रहा है बढ़िया नहीं है. अच्छा है ना तो हम लोग हंसते हंसते कर रहे हैं तो इट्स गुड एमसी है.
ये फोन ऑन किसका है? ये सब कहाँ गए?
इनका तो कॉन्फ़िगरेशन होगा ना यूजी का अलग से.
कॉन्फ़िगरेशन कुछ नहीं था, कॉन्फ़िगरेशन
खाने वो कर खुदाई करके निकाल जो भी जमा के.
This is a good idea. I'll do that. Twitter. Yeah, that's it.
खिचड़ी को तैयार कर.
कौन खींच रहा है तेरा फोटो? नहीं खींच रहा है. देखो लाइव में आ रहा है.
ഞാൻ എനിക്ക് സർട്ടിഫിക്കറ്റ് എന്താണ് നാട്ടിലുള്ളവർ ചുമ്മാ വിചാരിച്ചോട്ടെ നമുക്കൊരു ഡിഗ്രി കൂടെ കിട്ടി. नहीं यहाँ पे खड़ा लेने के लिए
नकली लिस्ट ले लेता हूँ.